Hello, welcome. I'm just getting set up right now with the stream. If you are joining me live, hello and welcome. I'm surprised you're here. I don't think I have crazy notifications switched on for everyone. But yeah, welcome. I'm just notifying everyone. All right, cool. So I need to send that message there. Now I need to come back into my YouTube and pop out the chat. How can I pop out the chat? Let's see. There we go. Pop out chat. Nice. Okay, so let's close this one. I don't need to hear myself. I can move this one down here. And let me find myself on Twitch. So let's come back to here. Let's come here, my channel. And then let's get rid of that one for now. I don't think that was the right place. Let's go to create a dashboard. I think that's the right place. Where is my chat? There we go. So now let's pop out the chat here. Cool, that's done. And now I need to get the chat for Algora. So Algora.events. And come here. All right, and then I also have my Algora TV chat. So let's shrink that guy down as well. These aren't showing up on the screen for you, so sorry about that. I still need to get that all set up because I'm streaming in multiple places. It's a little bit more than, I can't just show one window. I want to find a good way to merge them all together, and then we can build that out. All right, cool. So yeah, we have the three chats. I don't particularly like them. And this guy here keeps popping up, which is a bit annoying. And that's... Okay, this one here won't get any smaller. Okay. I'm hearing myself again. Okay, this is a bit annoying. Hold on, please hold the line. All right. It is not solved. So I'm still hearing myself, which is not a good thing. Not open in here. Okay, Algora decided to go somewhere else. Okay, I think we're back. Okay, we're cool. I think we're back. I think we're good. This one, I want to put it here. There we go. All right, cool. Welcome to the stream, everybody. If you've just arrived, we've done nothing so far. We've just gotten started. But yeah, let's try and do some cool stuff today. We have a couple of features that we kind of want to build out. We also have some things that we need to think about and plan ahead for. I don't know how long we're going to be streaming for. It might be a few hours. So if you're joining this now, welcome. If you're going to be watching later on a replay, also welcome. Let's get straight down to business, I think. There's no need to willy wallow all over the place. I think we are good. Just double checking here. Cool. All right, so the plan for today is a bit of an interesting one. We need to change. Users have been asking for a way to delete conversations and messages. So that's one thing we want to do. We want to knock it out quite quick. I think that one should be quite simple. I don't think it needs to be overly complicated. We're not going to do soft deleting. It's just a hard delete. But we'll show users a warning about that if they really want and need. So first things first, we're in the right place. So let's do pnpm run dev r. Hello, Richie, Mr. Capman. I decided to wear a cap in encouragement of you launching Cap, Richie. So yeah, I'm waiting for Cap. Those of you who are joining, Richie is a fellow open source founder, and Richie is building cap.so, I believe. Cap.so, let me double check. Richie is building cap.so, correct. And cap.so is an open source alternative to Loom. They are in kind of private beta right now. And they will be launching on Product Hunt, I believe, in a few days, maybe even next week. So if you've been looking for an alternative for a Loom system, then definitely check them out. All right, so let's clear up my space here. And we first want to work on deleting the conversations. So I'm going to come in here. We don't need this guy open. We don't need packages open. Today, Richie, we're deleting. A lot of users have been asking how to delete messages. We don't have anything in place right now. In fact, we don't need mail bridge either. So we're going to do deleting first, which will be easy and quick to knock out. And then we're going to add in merging. And merging is one of the concepts that I think will be the most abstract for a lot of people. Like, how do you merge email chains? And that's where the flexibility of UnInbox is going to come in clutch, I think, as the cool kids say. But yeah, we're gonna have some cool stuff. So this is messy. Like this is one TRPC router. You can see over here. It's very small for you guys on the side, but these are all of the various TRPC routers that we have for everything related to UnInbox. Like it's crazy in here. So first of all, we want to delete a conversation. Create a new convo. I'm going to choose one of the existing mutations just because it will save us a bit of time. Replying to a conversation could be a good one. If in here we confirm that the user is a part of the conversation. Yeah, here we go. So, oh no, that's not the right one. Yes. Okay. Cool. So let's copy this guy. I don't know how much of this we want to copy. Let's just copy it all, and then we can go all the way down to 1700 lines later, and put this in. And let's call this one here delete convo. Here we go. So this will be delete convo. And what this needs is we need the we're going to need to take an input of the conversation public ID. And that should be it. All right, and then this is a mutation. We need to check if the user has an account. And this is great. No, that is a bother. I don't want you here. Like, please. Why is Twitch not letting me click that button? I don't want to pin. I want to moderate them. Yeah. Chat settings. Show moderation, show mod icons. Ah, there we go. I can just ban them. I don't want them on my stream. There we go. So yeah, we want to delete a conversation. The inputs that we need is the conversation public ID. If you guys are listening, let me know if the audio music is too loud, too quiet. I made some adjustments from last time, so it may not be the best thing. We're checking if the user has an account and if they're a member of the organization. We get their organization member ID. We get the organization ID. Now we're going to take out the Convo public ID. Cool. We don't need the message. We don't need to know the info that the user needs to reply to. So we can take out this block here. We don't need to know this one. We don't need that. We don't need the email identity stuff. So we can go down to here. You know what? Maybe it's better just to start from scratch. Yeah, let's start from scratch. I don't know why I copied all this then. All right. Cool. So we have the Convo public ID. Now, const Convo query response is equal to 08 db dot, I need to move my keyboard a bit, it's a bit off center. db dot query dot convos dot find first, and we want to find where equals convos public ID, and what we want is the columns ID true. Let's get the org ID as well, and let's see. With participants, so we're getting the participants of the conversation, because what we're going to do now is we're also going to confirm that this user is in that conversation. So you can't just delete somebody else's conversation from the same organization. They need to be a member there. Okay, so we're getting the org ID. Do we need anything else? I think that's enough for now. Let's save that. And let's put in a check. If there's no query response, then we're going to throw a new TRPC error, convo not found. That's cool. All right. Now we need to check that the user's account org member ID is actually in the thing. So what we need to do is const user in convo. And we're going to set this to... There we go. So the participant org member ID, which is this column here, is an account org member ID. Cool, so that matches. If user is not in group, then we're going to say you are not a participant in this conversation and cannot delete it. All right, cool. So that will throw an error then if they are not there. If they are there, then did we get the Convo ID? We got the Convo ID up here. So this is the Convo ID. If we open up our schema and we look at everything related to conversation. So here's all the conversation tables. There's quite a few. So everything is always related back to one conversation ID. So all of the subjects here, all of the participants here as well. All the group members. So there's quite a few tables that we need to go into now and then essentially delete the thing. The difference is that for attachments, we're going to need to go another way around. We need to get all the IDs of the attachments and delete them from the storage system as well. So that's the attachments. Pending attachments we need to delete. Convo entries. Convo entry replies. All right, I might need to start building a list of this. So let's put our schema on the right and come back here. And we're going to put up here to delete in, and we're going to come back up to the top here. That's email identities, conversations. So we need, first of all, in convos. Let's bring this down about 10 times. So we need to delete from convos, convo subjects. Participants. Group members. Attachments, but this one we actually need to pay closer attention to because we also delete from S3. Pending attachments, same thing. Cool. We have convo entries. That's cool. Convo entry replies. Cool. Private visibility. Raw HTML emails. Scene timestamps. Oh, it's getting big now, huh? Convo entry scene timestamps, which is a separate timestamp. One of them is on the actual conversation. The other one is on all the messages within the conversation. And that's it. So those are all the tables that we need to delete from. It's quite a lot, and it's always impossible to keep in my head, which is why I usually keep the schema open on the right-hand side. All right, so let's leave the convos till last. We'll do that like as the final cleanup call. Let's do the subjects. So let's do await db.delete. I can't remember the correct syntax that. If I'm not mistaken, it should be convo subjects. Is that correct? Expected one argument. Oh, there we go. Okay, I guess that's correct. Dot where equals convo subjects dot convo ID. Okay, let me just verify that. I want to make sure we don't have the wrong thing there. So let me, if we bring this window up to you, there we go. And now let's zoom in a bit on the drizzle. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. There we go. So we're at 200%. Nice. Let's see, delete. So just simply delete users where equals to blah, blah, blah. That's fine. Perfect. We're not going to do the delete with return because we're on MySQL. And with delete clause. Using the with clause, you can help simplify complex queries by splitting them into smaller subqueries called common table expressions. Do we want to do this? So, okay, yeah, this is just a subquery. Okay, we're not interested in that. So we were on the right path. So this is great. Let's come down now and await db.delete. Convo participants, where convo to participants.convo ID is equal to convo query response.id. Perfect. The same thing here. We want to do await db.delete. Convo participant group members, where I think that table, did we make an error on that? Ah, shit. All right, so we actually made a bit of an error here. This one should have contained a convo ID, just so we can go back and delete the convo. That's going to be hard to do because we have already 2,500 conversations and we can't go in and just do that. We can't put in a not null on it. All right, so let's come up here then. Well, here we're getting the participants with their ID anyway. So in our conversation query, we're going to have a big array of participants with their ID. So what we can do is here, where in array, and here we want to go to convo query response. I don't like doing these in here, so I'm going to take that out and just put it above and say const convo participant IDs is equal to map that, and let's put that in. So that's going to go into the participant, give us an array of participant IDs. Now we can come in here and we can delete that. Cool. So that one should be fine. Nice. Convo attachments and pending attachments, let's leave those to the end. Just because they both need to go to S3. Let's go to convo entries, db.delete. Convo entries, where convo entries.convo ID, that's cool. Await db.delete. Where equals? Come on, you meant to be saving me time here. Convo entry replies dot no. You tried to catch me out. Ah, shit, is this another one we did? Ooh. Okay, this is another one where we've messed up. So this guy, and convo entry replies. That's attachments, pending attachments, message ID, entries, entry replies. This should have had a conversation ID on it. Yep. This is brilliant. All right. Hey, Warrior141. Welcome to the stream. So if this is the case now, this is going to be a bit of an issue because we won't be able to delete the entry replies. The entry replies is basically just what's the correct terminology here? It's just a relationship table. And as a result, if we can't delete this, we might just end up with a bunch of random additional data in there. Luckily, it's just holding like IDs and a timestamp. I'm tempted to just leave it and not do a whole nother data like query, but at the same time, it's fine. Like we can just come up here and in this table here, we can go with entries, add the ID column. I think that needs another one. There we go. And now we'll just delete where either of those two columns equal to that ID. So in here, const convo entries IDs is equal to entries.map. Perfect. So let's move this guy up here. And we want to delete convo entries where... let's change this one here to an in array. Convo entries ID, convo entries ID, perfect. And now what we can do is we can take this one, come back down to here, do an OR, put in that one. Oops. Yeah, let's do that. And let's get rid of that yellow one. Cool. And let's do another one. Like that. And then we need another closing. Is that correct? That's correct. So this one here, we need to go into convo entries replies and check which columns they have. Entry reply ID looks good. And I think we want source ID. Entry source ID. Cool. So that should then delete all of the convo entry replies. That's fine. Convo entry private visibility participants. I love some of my convo names. This also doesn't have a convo ID. But it does have an entry ID. So it's good that we broke that out. So let's copy this guy here. And let's come in here and go, oh wait, DB. This one here needs to be the convo entries entry. Private visibility participants. And update the import from the schema. All right, so let's do that. Dot entry ID is in the array of convo entry IDs. Cool. Convo entry raw HTML emails. Please tell me I added the convo ID to that. So this is another one that we're going to need to fix. All right, this one has the entry ID. So await db.delete. We're going to wrap all of these in a promise later on. Convo entry raw HTML emails. This needs to be updated and imported. Entry ID, convo entry IDs. That looks good. Can close that guy off. Done. Hi, Kaizen. Oh, it's been a while, man. How are you? How's things across the water from us over here? I heard you guys had a nice winter in Namibia. Hope everything is well with you. All right, so convo scene timestamps. I think we got a convo column on there. So it doesn't need to be in an array. This should just be where it equals. So convo scene timestamp, convo ID, brilliant. Convo entry scene timestamps, await, db.delete. Convo entry scene timestamps, where? Now this is going to be an interesting one. I do have a no, that's a convo entry ID. Okay. So this one will need to be the in array. Done. So let's save all that, get it all nicely formatted. And cool. Welcome everyone to the stream. If you are just joining for the first time, my name is Omar, and what we are building, or what we have built, or what is actually happening. Oh, goodness me. There we go. Let's zoom out a bit. This is UnInbox. There we go, UnInbox. So UnInbox is a open source modern email alternative for teams and professionals. Still very, very, very early days. And we have a massive vision that's going to take a long time to fully realize and fully achieve. But the end goal is to have essentially the ultimate email experience and later on the ultimate workspace experience. You can check us out. We are live now. We launched officially on Friday, so just a few days ago, or almost a week ago now, actually. I still haven't fully recovered from it. And we got a lot of work to update here, but the cool thing is we're fully open source, which is absolutely insane. And if we come over to our GitHub here, we actually reached 1,000 stars. So I would do some big celebration thing, but I didn't set up a sound effect. I should have done that actually, right? But yeah, we reached 1,000 stars. Everything is open source. You can self-host it. We don't have instructions yet, but they are coming probably in the next week. And you can also contribute to it, which is the coolest thing. Like, imagine being able to build your own super amazing email experience. The cool thing that we have is that, like, we are focusing more on pulling away the noise, extracting away the noise. So this here is me on Gmail. You can see this is me testing in the local environment yesterday. And one of the simple things that we do, if this works, is that there we go. We pull away, we abstract away the signatures and things like that. So there's my signature, just, you know, leaking my phone number online. But yeah, we pull away the signatures from all of the conversations, and then you just get the very simple, nice message, and you can reply to it. It's very easy as well to manage if you have like tons of different email identities and different email aliases. But the idea is that this is designed to be more of a chat-like experience that brings a lot of collaborative stuff that we're used to in other tools like Slack and Figma and whatever else, and brings it over to email. So it's like rethinking email as if it was built today. Check us out. Kaizen sent a message in the chat saying, all good. Yes, winter is coming, but doesn't mean much when you're on the coast next to the desert. Yep, hope all is well there. Congrats on the PH launch. Thank you very much. Yep, we hit #1 on Product Hunt. This winter has been a bit weird here. We had a lot of dust storms. In fact, I think it's the most amount of dust storms I've ever heard of happening here. It's basically every single week. Every week there was at least one day that was either very dusty, or sometimes it was like the whole week was very dusty. And when it gets dusty, it's hard to breathe. And when it's hard to breathe, it's also like a lack of oxygen in the air. And so it became quite humid and quite annoying from that perspective. I'm going to turn down the music a little bit in my ears. Where is that one there? There we go. That's a bit more comfortable for me. All right, so now we're at the tough ones. Now we need to delete the attachments from S3. We also need to delete the pending attachments from S3 if they exist in S3. And we need to do a whole bunch of other stuff. Oh, whoa, I missed it. There was also some chat messages in Algora. I'm sorry, Algora people. I'm juggling 3 monitors. Honestly, I always underestimated the code base, but yeah, that's a chunky boy. Well-fed, organic, non-AI code base, 100%. Yes, this is an unlive stream. Zaf asking, does that / exclamation mark highlight come with the VS Code extension? Yes, it does. I have... Let me just say this. If seasoned developers had a look at my list of VS Code extensions, they wouldn't believe that I'm actually able to do anything. But each one has a purpose. That one there is called Better Comments here. Can I zoom in on that? Yes, I can. Oh, oof, everything's zooming in. Oh, terrible. Oh. But yeah, you can do basically, you can do like different colors. It highlights things in different ways. Generally, it's meant to be for like various to-do stuff or whatever you need. But I use them while I'm actually coding live, because then I can essentially come in and like, did I zoom out too much? Is it one more? I think that's where we were. Essentially then it allows me to just see very quickly at a glance like what is what. So the colors that I usually use are the / exclamation mark, which is red, / question mark, which is blue, / green, which is just for a thing, and the normal comment is this. I think there's actually another one. Let's see, is there another one? There's another one for a different color. There it is, yes. If we just do / to do. But now you're actually also seeing a different extension, which is why this looks a bit messed up. So I can put in here, add ABC XYZ. And you can see now that part of it is highlighted in orange. That's part of that same extension, Better Comments. if we come here, better comments, I'll actually put the link for this marketplace. Marketplace? Let's open it up in there. It was not the right window, but that's fine. I'll put this in the chat in Algora. Can I put this in the chat in Algora? I don't think I could put this in the chat in Algora. I cannot type in my chat in Algora. That's because that's the chat window, Omar. Please hold the line while we try to connect you. The Omar you are watching is currently doing something very noobish. Let's come here. I don't know how to type in my chat. You know what? I'm gonna send it to I'm gonna send it to someone via DM, and then maybe they can post it in the chat there. There you go. So yeah, that's that one there, and then we also have the other one which highlights to-dos. And if I do, for example, //fix, if I do like fix me, then it comes up. I also set one up for self. And basically then these are kind of other configurations. These will highlight quite contrastly. And these are things that I really need to fix or really need to do, etc. And it's easy enough, like just before I release, if I just come in here and just search for fix me, then I shouldn't actually find any in the code base. That one there is... Yeah, lots and lots and lots of extensions. Whoop. No. Yeah, you'll have to... I need to... There we go. To do highlight, I believe, is the one. So if you search for to do highlight by Yo Liu, then you will get the second one as well. So let's open up this one now. And I'm sending these over to Oyanis, the Algora team. You'll find it somewhere, guys, since you asked about it. But yeah, cool. All right. What is your resource monitor saying about VS Code usage? I have no idea. I've never even looked at it. Resource. Activity. Again, it's going to be very small for you guys. I'm on a 4K screen, and so for the streams, I just zoom into everything 200%. Yeah, the memory doesn't seem to be affected that much. Where is VS Code? There we go. Code helper, 741. We got another one at 729. Yeah, I don't know. CPU-wise as well, it's not much. Like, a lot more is going towards the stream than the thing. But I generally don't have issues. I'm on an M1 Max. So I specifically chose the Max because I knew that I'm going to be doing a lot of heavy stuff. I used to do a lot more video editing than I do these days. Well, I barely do any these days. And so I got a more powerful machine to allow me to do that in the future. But for now, I don't know. I don't know what the actual usage is. But yeah, I mean, you can see everything everything is in the right-hand side until here. These are all disabled right now. All of these are essentially enabled extensions. And there's everything from very simple stuff like auto-close tag, which will automatically close tags that I've opened. Auto-rename tag is a cool one as well. If I start to rename a tag, it will rename the closing side of it. Got code spell checker, which is pretty cool. Docs view, I have no idea. I think I installed that recently when we were working on some docs, but I haven't done anything. Duplicate action. What other cool ones do I use often? I think that's it. Like, there's a lot of like just basic ones like prettier and pretty TypeScript errors and settings toggle. Settings toggle is the one that I use when I'm streaming. I just have a button down here. I press it and everything goes back to my normal size, or I press it and things come back. But yeah. All right, so in order to delete from the storage, we need to go and add in the endpoints into the storage server because we haven't done that yet. So storage. I think what would be better is to attachments, internal pre-sign. So let's put this over here. Yeah, we didn't add TRPC to this yet. So our storage system here is basically just a very simple, I would say it's more of a proxy to S3. But it's a way that then we can control the authentication for users, and they can either put or they can get access to attachments. So if we take a look here at one of the routes, this here is one of the main routes that users will interact with. And the route path is just simply attachment / the organization / the attachment ID / the file name. And in here, we simply query the database, make sure that that user has access to that resource and they are part of that organization. And if they do, then we basically send them a stream of the data from S3. It's the same thing with generating the pre-signed, like pre-signed URL, so they can actually go through and upload data directly. We haven't thought about deleting data, which is going to be an interesting one. We need a Minecraft sound effect. I love this. Again, it's going to be very small for you guys, but Timur, a fellow open source founder, came in and said, ever thought about renaming announcements to announcements? Yep, let's do that. I'm all for the pun. Let's do that, and let's call this here announcements. Announcements. Perfect. It already is. All right. And we also just put the new emoji in the unserver. So cool. All right. So we need to do a... Let's check the data structure. It's going to be interesting how we're going to go about doing this, because we want to ensure that we delete the files. Where's the attachments? There we go. So this is pending attachments, and here's attachments. We have the file name, the type, the size, public convo participant ID. And the way that we currently store them in S3 is we put in the org public ID, the attachment public ID, and then a file name. So if I want to delete this, I will have to do the same thing. I'll need the org public ID, the attachment public ID, and a file name. So what we might actually do is just create an endpoint in the storage server that accepts three parameters. One of them is the org, one of them attachment, and the last one is just an array of file names. Oh no, this one here needs to be an array as well. So this will be, so it'll be attachment public ID, and this, that will be an object array, and this one here will just be a fixed value. New delete object command with the key from the stored file name after checking if the user has access rights. Yep. Yeah, that looks like a good path, but the user won't be interacting directly with this, so this will only happen from our main backend here. This will be the only thing that sends the deletes. And so... I'm tempted to add TRPC. I love my type safety too much. It's like really nice to have like the type safety of like between different services, having them be able to call each other and kind of not like crack out or anything is like super valuable. But yeah, Zaf saying very cool. Thanks. Definitely going to be using this. Yeah, got lots of cool extensions, man. If you keep watching, you're going to find some really cool things happening on the screen. Lots of little bits of magic. But yeah, let me know if there's anything else you want to hear about. So for this one, where's the storage server? So the mail fetch. How is the mail fetch handling? So we've got the same thing here. We've got the body schema, attachment public ID, and the file name. Yeah. I see. Also, if multiple files, delete objects instead. Ah, there's a delete object. Oops. Let's open this guy. Copy clean link. And we're going to come in here and we're going to look up the documentation for delete objects. There we go. Use delete objects with an AWS SDK or command line tool. The following code example shows how to use delete objects. We want to go to JavaScript. So the client code, this is the bucket objects, key object. Okay, so it can just actually accept an array of keys. Okay, that's super helpful. That's pretty cool. So what we might actually do then is just send through basically an array of keys and just be done with it. Like, we can do everything on the platform side, so the storage side doesn't have to do another DB lookup. So let's see, on the pre-sign get, we're doing the logged in. We don't want to do that one. There's one of these here. This is the internal pre-sign. There we go, authorized service. So let's duplicate this guy. This is another extension, by the way, the duplicate file or directory. And now I can call this delete attachments dot post. Oops, it didn't come in as dot. I feel like I zoomed out too much. There we go. Rename this to dot post. There we go, cool. So this one here will basically just accept a I think I still want a little bit of schema validation. But you know what, that's fine. Attachments. And this is equal to a z.string.array. Okay, done. My VS Code is so slow these days, like it doesn't update sometimes for hours. So we need it to be an authorized service, and the authorized service basically just checks if there is a correct authorization token from the services, and it checks against the configuration. Cool, that's good. We validate the schema. If it's not a success, then we do that. We can get rid of this one here. And then according to the documentations, we've got the S3 config. Command will be delete objects. So let's come back here. Let's import delete objects. I don't think we need the pre-signed URL, do we? We need S3 config, read validated, send, use runtime config, S3 cool. So this one here will be delete objects, and the thing it takes is the bucket and the list of items to delete. So let's come back here. So it's taking the bucket, and then it's taking the list of items to delete, which is an object array. So if we just send in an array of strings, oops, let's call this. See, this is one of the things, one of the extensions we were talking about earlier. You can see right now I misspelled attachments. And so it's coming up here with attachments is an unknown word. If there is a word that I want it as it is, I can come and say basically add it to the VS Code cspell config, which adds it to the repo, or I can add it to my own personal settings. But this just highlights right now that I made a spelling mistake, and this could have been catastrophic later on when I wanted to import it or reference it or do anything else. And so I can come in now and correct this. And it's pretty cool in that it ensures that you have good spelling consistency across the whole application. So this actually here, given an array of object of attachment object keys, it will delete them from S3. Perfect. So now I think let's just do this. Let's do okay. Let's do that, and then what we want to do now is we want to say we want them to come out into this format here. So it's basically just a for attachment keys is equal to attachments.map attachment. We're just going to return a key attachment. So this will then end up being an array of key string, which now we can feed into here. Cool. We need another closing on here. Oops. All right. We don't need a signed URL. And there's someone at the door. I will be back in 3 or 4 minutes, everyone. Be right. All right, I'm back. We get our drinking water delivered, so I just had to go out and check how much we need and what we need. I saw a message from Kaizen. Thank you. All right, so we want to do the command, and then I think we just send the command, right? Yep. Interesting. Let's put this in because we're currently just doing a bunch of debugging, like wait, client. We're not bringing in the client. It should be S3, not S3 config, S3 client. There we go. So S3 client. There we go. Send, and we need to delete it as possibly undefined. I don't care about knowing if it did successfully delete. So let's just do this. And let's console error out the error. Let's also add in here, let's put in a fire. Tried deleting some attachments. We're going to put in the input, which is input validation dot data. So we'll just put in attachments. Let's make this into an object here and do attachments, and let's do error. Cool, done. So then we'll get a console error, and it will just return. Yeah. Let's do a send. Send no content. Event. There we go. Done. Nice. I think we have to await this, or do we return this? Yeah. Okay. So that's good. So that then should go through and delete the attachments. We don't need this guy here. Cool. So now we have a new API endpoint for the storage server. Let's connect that up. So let's close this one off. Here, what we need to do is we need to get the attachments and their file names. We also need the organization public ID. So let's come in here. Let's create a type. Attachments to delete. Return the deleted keys to perhaps use for further processing in the future. Maybe only some keys are deleted. Yeah. But where we would need to then store those deleted keys, correct? And so I think it's inevitable that we're always going to have orphaned attachments. The same way, like with our data structure, we're always going to end up having some orphaned data at some point somewhere. I've come to terms with that. I've accepted that we might end up with that, which is a bit of a pain. But if we return the deleted keys, we could use it to validate against the input keys, and if there are no input keys, then it shouldn't do it. But at the same time, it should catch it, right? This should throw an error if it doesn't delete a key, correct? I mean, we can do that. Deleted equal to await. Property deleted is declare. Okay. If, what is this, an array? Property delete, oh, it does not exist. What is, it's, What is this output? What is the example? What did they give in the example? Doesn't this have any types? So it's just the deleted objects command output. And they've decided to do it capitalized. Cool. Okay. But is this an array or what is this? Deleted object / or undefined. If so, let's first of all do if not deleted. Let's change this actually. I don't like this. Deleted objects. There we go. So let's come down here. If no deleted objects, this will be that. And again, just for the sake of consistency, cool. But I don't know what the shape of this is. I think I installed that thing. What was it? You go like this. Really? I thought it was meant to show me the types of stuff. This is destructuring the response object from the S3 client send method. Okay, thanks. Nothing. Let me check the documentation. Question thing. Lifecycle policies may help with orphans. Yep. Okay, that's a good thing. So if I do question mark this. This question mark. You know what? S3 is such a widely known package. I'm going to trust GPT. If the output of the deleted objects does not match the input, attachments, log it. Okay, it's doing it by length. I think that's fine. Yeah, that's fine actually, because then we can see what the input and output was, and then we can actually see the thing. So this is possibly undefined. It shouldn't be undefined because I've ensured that it's defined up here. But that's fine. Why are you still complaining? Is this just my VS Code playing around? Huh. So if we add in the hard declaration that it's an array, then it likes it. All right, whatever. I'm cool with that. So if there's no deleted objects, then no objects were deleted, and this was the input. If there's a mismatch in the length, then some objects were not deleted. We'll log out the attachments and the deleted objects. Cool. But you're not returning after the underline check, so could still be undefined. You're not returning after the underline check. You are correct. Yes, sorry. Perfect. You are absolutely correct, sir. Thank you very much. We don't want to return from here. I think we should throw an error instead. Let's throw, but we don't. If we're going to throw an error within a try catch block, it should be caught by the catch. It shouldn't end up going out. So this will be a throw, new error, objects were deleted. Although it's a bit annoying that I can't come in and put in the attachments. So let's do this like this. And dollar, oops. Okay. So there we go. That should be a bit better then. So console.error, some objects were not deleted. We don't need to throw an error on that. That's perfectly fine. Cool. So yeah, that should be then our handler for this. And everything should be fine there. So now what we need to do is we need to come back here. And what we needed was an object, an org public ID. And this will be a type ID of orgs. Attachment public ID. And then a file name. And this will be a string. Okay, cool. And let's make this an array. Orgs. What is our correct thing? There we go, org. Do actually need to fix that. Some of our type IDs are like singular and some are plural. Kind of winds me up a bit. Cool, so that's the attachments to delete. Let's go back to our schema. So we need to get the org public ID. We don't have that anywhere higher up, which is a bit annoying. We do have the organization ID. Do we want to do another query, or should we just nest the query in here? So should we also return attachments? If we also return attachments, maybe. It's fine. Const org public ID. I can't remember if we're keeping it in the cache or not. We are. Perfect. Okay. So that's super handy. So now we have the org public ID. This is on the on every query. We have this in a cache. So let's come down here. We're gonna have org public ID. We then need for every attachment, we need the attachment ID. And if they are impending, we need impending. So here we have org public ID. Interesting. We have the attachment public ID. And we have the file name. So const attachments to delete. And this will be a type of attachments to delete. That will be an array. So now let's query the attachments. Wait, db.query .convo attachments .find many where equals to convo attachments .convo ID. Cool. And we need the columns. We want the public ID and we want the file name. We already have the org public ID up there. Okay, cool. We can close that. Now we need the same for the pending attachments. Pending attachments query dot pending attachments. That doesn't have a convo ID, does it? This is okay. We don't need to actually delete from the pending attachments. That's a separate table that we regularly clean up with a cron anyway. And once a user creates a convo, so this just handles the pre-sign. Once a user has actually created the convo entry, we delete them from the pending attachments and we move them up into the attachments. So we don't actually need to do that one. So that's fine. Let's now come through to attachment query for each attachment. We want to push the org public ID. Ew. Type string is not assignable to type O string. Why is that coming through as a type string? It's coming through the correct type here, but it's not being picked up. It's not being picked up correctly. I think this is then where we want to look at the validator. So actually, if we're going to be doing that, we don't even need this here. It's fine. In case we ever do it anymore. My bad. That's my bad. Because the org public ID we're storing in the... yeah, it's on a different field. So the org public ID that we're storing in the context is not a typed ID, it's just typed as string. So I think what we want to do, if I'm not mistaken, we have a call type ID validator. And this is used by expected 1 arguments but got 0. No, it's not the type ID validator. I can't remember what the utility we have is. Let's go into our utils. This is a piece of magic built by Rahul on our team. We want to go into utils and we go into type ID. And let's have a look here. Yeah, it should be the type ID validator. Let me see where else it's being used so I can see an example of how it's being used. I mean, it's being used as a ZOD. ZOD schema. So if it's a ZOD schema, then I should be able to come in and say type ID validator, and this should be a org. Dot parse, and then we pass in this guy. Is that correct? So this should give us, yeah, it's got an any type. Okay, it doesn't have any anymore. So yeah, this should give us back the correct type here. Cool. Let's get rid of this. And we can close this guy. All right, so attachments to delete. We're pushing to the array of attachments. And then now we want to call the storage API. I think we have another call somewhere in the storage API. I want to copy it across because we had some challenges before. Not here. Interesting. I'm sure it's here. Is it not here? Org user. So we want to hit the storage API. And we want to do an internal pre-sign. It's in the mail server. Sorry about that. my headphones decided to completely split apart, and all the audio went dead. If you're still with me, hello, welcome. If you're joining in, let me know that you're new here, and I'll give you the TLDR on what we're doing and how we're doing it. We have Zach Hajjaj. Hey, Omar, looking cool, man. Thank you very much, Zach. I appreciate it. What cool things do we have happening in different places? Ooh. Do we? I need to double check that we've got the same runtime config stuff. So let's just copy this across for now. I like to save as much time as possible. So let's do delete storage response is equal to await fetch. We don't want this pre-signed data. I don't know what data is coming back. Do we have in user runtime storage.url? Let's come back into here and the platform nitro config. Storage, we do have storage URL and storage key. Cool. So we have storage URL, API attachments, and the endpoint that we created was called delete attachments. The method is a post. We need to... Oh, you can't find the user runtime config. Okay, we'll add that to the imports. The authorization is with the storage key, and the body that it's expecting we said was attachments, and this was attachments to delete. Cool. If we come down here, if delete attachments, what does this respond? It just sends no content. That's fine. You know what? That's fine. I'm cool with that. We don't want to throw a new error. Console.error. We'll do the fire emoji as well. And then here we want to put in attachments to delete. Cool. Done. All right. So now we've handled deleting the attachments. We can get rid of this guy here. It's very long-winded, but it's fine. Someone can clean up the code a little later on. Could attachments to delete be an empty array? Then your endpoint will throw. Unless you have a min1 on the Zod schema. You are correct. You are absolutely correct, sir. So... you are 100% correct. If attachments query length is not equal to 0, so let's just run this if it's not equal to 0, then we can do all of this. Let's also wrap that down here. So we'll only run this if there are attachments. We can also, if in here attachments to delete length is equal to 0, then we'll that's not right, is it? Break? Yeah. What am I looking for? I want to break out of this. I don't want to run. I mean, technically, this is fine. Whoops. If your first if skips, then this won't run. But yeah, you're right. I don't need to run this again anyway. Like, if there is something in the array, it should do this. But the question is, if this fails, which it shouldn't do, then like, it's fine. I'm cool. I'm cool with it. Yeah, I'm fine. That's fine for now. We'll get errors. It's fine. So the only thing left to do now is to actually delete the convos. So await db.delete convos, where convo ID is convo query response ID. Then it's a valid error unknown application state. Yeah, we got so many weird bugs happening. A lot of them are way over my head, and I really need to dive in deep. But yeah, like this is fine. This is acceptable. It's all good. All right, so these ones here are the things that we're going to need to add the convo ID to, but it's yeah. You know what? It's also fine. The way we're doing it now is also fine. We may need to do an additional query to the table to get the data, but that's perfectly fine. So we have all of our methods here. This is call to delete in. We can get rid of this one now. Cool. Are we not using org ID? This one here should definitely have the org ID on. We have a new policy. Anything that queries on a public ID should also contain the org ID. There we go. It's just additional security to ensure that, like, if you get hold of somebody else's conversation ID, then you can't just delete the thing. Anyway, we're checking down here if the user is in the convo, but that's just an additional step. I wish there was a way that we could add some checks where anywhere where it's equal to and then public ID, that there's also an org ID like in the same line. It's probably really complicated. I'm sure there'll be some regex wizard who can get it done. But like, yeah, we would like some highlighting eventually that kind of checks for this to ensure that we don't break this rule. But that's fine for now. All right. Whew. Oh. Ah. Oh. All right, let's go back to the app. So we're just going to throw it up here for now. So what we might want to do now is move this guy over here. And on this side here, we can close these guys. Oops. We want the thing called Convo ID. There we go. Cool. So let's put Convo ID here. And let's split these. I actually want this one to be on this side. Thank you. Let's remove it from here. We have the Convo router, and that's just delete Convo. So this is messy. There we go. So we'll just come up to the top here, and we're going to create a new async function. Async function delete Convo. It's not going to accept any params because we'll take that from the URL. We're going to create another one as well. No, we're going to create one called const show delete modal is equal to ref false. To delete the conversation now, const data is equal to await $trpc dot convos dot, I think it's the right autocomplete, delete convo dot, and we want to do mutate. And the convo public ID will be the convo public ID. Cool. If no data.success, then we are going to add a new toast. Delete convo failed to delete conversation. Something went wrong when deleting this conversation. Color red, icon thing, timeout, blah, blah, blah. Ayya. There's also... ¿Por qué? Ah, yeah, I forgot, sorry, because we're not using use mutate. So, and are we returning status? We are returning status. So this should be success, true. Done. Yeah, see, now my VS Code these days is super slow. Like, we've updated this, we've saved it, everything's fine, but it doesn't reflect fast enough. It started to get to the point where it's a bit annoying. Okay, so this is the delete convo. We're just simply going to go in, call delete convo, convo public ID, data success, toast.add, blah, blah, blah. And if this is the thing, then we're going to return. Otherwise, it's a toast.add. Conversation deleted. Nice. There's no undo button here because, yeah, we're not doing soft delete, so they technically can't do anything. That's the TypeScript language server. Honestly, like, if that's the TypeScript language server, like, I want to, like, I would give it 64 gigabytes of RAM if it could use it. You know, like that's my pain. I don't like waiting around and like I feel like I do that often. Like I'm just sitting, waiting for the type stuff to come in. But yeah, maybe it's just a skills issue on my part. All right. let's get this working right now. And then the second part of this is we need to add some real-time stuff. So if I delete a conversation, it should emit to everybody who's a member. Ooh, shit. No, we can't do that now. So we have an issue. I think it's easily fixable. Let's come down and look at our real-time system. Real-time events. And so what we need to do is we need to come down here and make a new event called convo deleted. We only need the convo public ID here. Pardon me, sorry. I think we're done with storage for now. Send real-time, there we go. So we need to send a real-time notification. So we need the org member public IDs. Oh, that's going to be a pain. This is the convo router, and this here is where we delete it. Where are we deleting the participants? Ooh, see, I made another spelling mistake here. Rename, participants. So here I get the org member IDs. I could do a further lookup and get the org member public IDs and put them into a separate array. So what? Sorry, I need to explain what we're actually doing. So once we've deleted the conversation from the database, we then need to send an update to all of the clients saying, hey, this conversation is now deleted. And so it should remove the conversation from here. And I guess if the user is in the conversation, then it navigates them away saying conversation has been deleted. Yeah. Whoa, that's a lot. I thought this was going to be easy. I was like, yeah, I'll knock this out in 20 minutes. Which is always the way. All right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a quick 3-minute break, stretch my legs, and then I'll come back and I will do this this real-time stuff. And then we can test it all. See you guys in a little bit. All right, let's get down to business, shall we? Sorry, didn't mean to wake you up. Okay. Yeah, I think it's worth bringing in a subquery here. So let's get the org member, and we want the org member public IDs. Oops, there we go. And then we can use these a bit later on. So let's come down here. Let's make, right at the end, before we do this, we need to do the real time. And here we need to go to const org member public IDs for notifications. We want to map the participants where a participant has an org member public ID. This is possibly null. So let's add a check here. Done. Cool. So now we have the notifications there. Do we have await realtime.emit? And we need to... Cool. What's the correct org member public IDs? If there are org member public IDs for notification, we're going to do that. It's still going to complain that the type is string. Type OM string or undefined is not assignable to type. We need to check the dot length is greater than 0. You still complaining? Is this the TypeScript server again? Still the TypeScript server. Or undefined is not assignable to type OM string. Why do you believe it's undefined? It shouldn't be undefined. So I've mapped this. Because it could potentially be an array of undefined. So what I need to do is my brain's not working. Let's get my assistant to help while I check the chat messages. So Gino said, I rarely miss using VS Code since I switched over to Z. I've been tempted to switch over to Z. Like I really genuinely have. Z.dev, I think. I've been really tempted to switch over to Z. The only issue is the extensions. Like I rely a lot on the extensions. They really help like accelerate my work a lot. I'm not a seasoned developer. And so there's a lot of newbiness that I still have to kind of work around and deal with and account for. I would use Z if they had a better extension ecosystem, or if one day they decide to support enabling VS Code extension, they find a way to translate VS Code extensions into Z extensions. But yeah, for now, like I really can't. Like I showed off earlier, these are all the extensions that I use and I rely upon. Console Ninja I don't use as much. Add JS doc comments, I could probably actually disable that. I don't really use that anymore. Auto close tag I use a hell of a lot. Auto import I use a hell of a lot. Auto rename tag, use it like every 10 minutes. The accessibility linter, better comments, code spelling, code highlighting, comment tagged templates. I don't even remember what that one is. Conventional commits I use, docs view, .env, duplicate action. Like there's a lot of stuff in here that I actually use regularly, and without them, like the experience is just poo. And so yeah, I wouldn't do that. I would filter out the undefined values. Yeah, I don't want to do that. So let's do participant.org member. Return org member. We're going to return that. Otherwise, we're just going to return void. We'll return null. Oh, I'm in a map. Yeah, I agree. The current extensions are limited. Yeah, they're really like... They're very limited. This is still coming in as null. What am I missing here? I want to map over the participants, and then if there is an org member, oops. What do I do? Just return? I can't just return. And it's not going to be nice if it's an empty string, because that's also... You know what? Let's give it explicit instructions. Only return if... Only... Return a value if participant.org member has a value. Otherwise, skip. Okay, we can filter and then map. But it still believes that this is potentially undefined. So why does it still think that this could be undefined? I'm going down a rabbit hole here now. That's it? Is this correct? No, we're still getting the crap in there. Let's do it another way around. Let's map, and then we filter. And we filter... no. Oh, no. What are you doing, GPT? No, still coming back. All right. Create an array of org member public IDs only where only return a value. We're going to need to do a for each, isn't it? Only return a value if there is a public ID attached to the org member. Hey Omar, would love to follow the stream, but too busy at work. Just wanted to drop by to support you. Thank you very much, JR. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a good day at work and it's not too crazy. Yeah, this isn't working. So let's come up here and let's say const. Oh, I don't know what I did there. No, I went into the wrong file. This here should be the type ID org members. Oh no. Org members And this is an array of org member IDs. And let's start it as an empty array. And then we're going to say here now for const participant of convo entry request participants. Done. Cool. You happy now? Satisfied? Cool. And then only if there's things. So this is now an array of just those. Cool. That's great. If participant org member ID, that's cool. All right. So we just had to do a bit of a longer way around. I wanted to try and keep it nice and short and clean with the filter and map, but I can't be bothered to spend another however long trying to get that done. Kaizen coming in with the loving Nuxt. I don't want to break your heart, Kaizen. But I may need to break your heart, Kaizen. Are you still here? Let's just ask that question. Are you still here? Because if you are, then we need to have a sit down about some stuff. Cool. Oh, he's here. I was hoping to not hear back. All right, serious talk for a second. And you know we're serious because I put the cap back on. Okay, so it's not you, it's me. We're going to be moving the main application. And maybe actually we'll clip this because this could actually be an interesting topic that will light a few fires. We're moving away from Nuxt. I personally love Nuxt. Nuxt was the first framework I learned. And the reason why I chose Nuxt was because Vue, to me, as somebody who's never gone into any kind of web development before, Vue was easier for me to comprehend and understand. I've always done minor things with web, but they were always like working in WordPress or making some ancient HTML website where we still used to use tables. I've never learned how to develop. I never learned JavaScript. I never learned any of this stuff. For me, as a junior developer, when I started this journey building UnInbox, and just for clarity, I took a Getting Started with JavaScript course on Udemy about 2 years ago and only completed, I think, about 20% of it. And then I gave up. It was like, yeah, I can't learn from these courses. Like it doesn't work with me. I have no development experience in terms of modern development. So Vue was the greatest framework for me, and Nuxt brought in a lot of magic that made my journey learning development a lot easier. I would not have been able to build a quarter of what I've built so far if I didn't have Vue to start with. The community is by far one of the best communities out there. The level of thoughtfulness on a lot of the packages and systems that exist is unparalleled. React and Next, they have a much bigger user base, but in terms of someone being new to development, it's a bigger user base. However, it's a lot more fragmented and it's not as supportive. With Nuxt and with Vue, we have the Nuxt and Vue Discord servers and the issues and everything, and it's easy for anyone to go there and discuss and join and talk and do whatever. There's a few key people in the community who create video and content around the stuff and put them on YouTube. They're recognizable, they have good styles, etc. React, on the other hand, is just a wild world of everyone and anyone and their dog being able to, or quite often creating and doing whatever, etc. There's no one centralized place. So when I created UnInbox, I started with what I was comfortable with and what I was learning at the time, which was Nuxt and Vue. And it's brought us very far. However, I'm no longer working on this alone. And we've ended up in a situation whereby Nuxt brings in a lot of additional overhead and complexities that need to be handled and dealt with. there's a lot of flavored stuff in Nuxt that for me as a solo developer is absolutely spectacular. But when collaborating with a lot of other people who have cross-framework experience, it's no longer magic, and it's more of an annoyance and a hindrance. And we talk about things like auto imports or a lot of the like composables, etc. So I took the business decision that for the longevity of the product, and like we want this product to live on, way beyond me. We want this to continue living on, for people to continue building upon it, etc. For the longevity of the product, in its best interests would be to move over to a framework that has a larger user base. We had a lot of people try and come and contribute to our code in Nuxt, and they don't have Nuxt experience. And they ran into challenges. They ran into problems. They ran into things that just didn't make sense for them in terms of like a lot of the magic and stuff that we're doing. And it was really saddening to see some amazing people, big people in whether it's the startup world or whatever it is, actually DM me and say, Omar, like I tried to contribute, but like I spent like 3 hours just trying to do one thing, and like I can't do this. Like, I'm sorry. The best example of this was Pierre from cal.com. I really appreciate like the amount of time that he took. He tried really hard to learn Vue. He liked some things about it, but in the end, it was slowing him down so much where it just wasn't worth his time. And us being an open source project, us being a project that I want to live on, and that I want anyone to be able to kind of contribute to and build new features and add in new stuff, it was a very hard decision because I still don't know React. But we're going to be moving away from Nuxt. And in some ways it's pretty sad because I've become so deep into the Nuxt ecosystem. I know many of the people, like I DM them regularly. I sponsor a lot of people on GitHub from the Vue Nuxt ecosystem. But on a professional level, I have to do what's best for the longevity of the project and put my own personal stuff aside. And if that means that I need to go out and learn React, then I'll go out and learn React. I'll still use Nuxt for probably all of my personal projects. But yeah, just the challenges started to become too big. There's only a few key people that I can reach out to in the Nuxt community and ask for advice or help fixing a problem or doing something. And I didn't want to always be Omar's the guy who's always messaging people with problems every week. But in the React world, like I can just go onto Twitter and say, hey, I've got this problem, this issue. Or I even have like 20 people in my DMs. I can just say, hey, we've got this issue in Next or whatever it is. Can someone help solve it? And 30, 40 people will immediately come in with proposals and solutions. So, yeah. I'm still Nuxt at heart, but UnInbox will be switching over to Next. And I think that's a good place to end the stream. Oh my God, Pierre's actually in the chat. Oh, sheesh. There I am mentioning Pierre, and then Pierre's like magically in the chat. Did you pick up on that, Pierre? Were your ears burning or something? Like what's... Kaizen saying, fair point. It's mostly because of Vue's template syntax over JSX, or the framework as a whole. Can still use JSX in Vue, but I understand. It's not just the JSX. We use a lot of libraries and a lot of systems in Vue and Nuxt. And just to clarify, like we're not stopping development on everything and just switching over to Next and React. No. Our team member Rahul, he's put in the fundamentals of it, and then now we're just going to leave it as a living project, and people from the community can contribute to essentially porting different parts over like as we go along. So we're not like stopping and focusing on this. It may take a week, it may take a month, it may take 2 months, it may take 3 months, depending on how much spare time we have and how many people from the community want to contribute towards it. But like you're using a lot of libraries and a lot of systems that are ported over from the React world. And we're using them in ways, there's great like libraries out there, the translation libraries, whereby, for example, TRPC, someone's ported over a TRPC or made a TRPC module. There's a lot of query related stuff. Someone's ported over ABC or XYZ. And the issue that I've found with all of these ports is they are great when they work. But when an issue happens, and due to the complexity of our project and how many different moving bits we have, if one thing breaks and that the maintainer of that ported project doesn't create an update for X amount of time for XABC, XYZ, whatever it is, like we get screwed. And we've had this a couple of times. Like there's a lot of stuff where we want to do it, but it just won't work. And we have to always find the viewport of something in order to be able to do ABC. Going direct to React and Next removes essentially like the middleman, removes a lot of the middle stuff in the way that's slowing us down. It also gives us a lot more control over a lot of stuff. Instead of somebody porting something and only porting the stuff that's useful to them, we get direct access to the full package. There's a lot of like UI stuff as well. I hate the Vue ecosystem UI library stuff. Like, let's have a look at it. Like there are maybe 2 or 3 great Nuxt UI libraries. One of them is Nuxt UI, which is what we're using right now. That's not the right thing. Nuxt UI.nuxt.com. So here we go. This is the one that we're using, but we've had to like reconfigure 3/4 of it just to get it working with the way that we want and the way that we need. And this is the component system. It's fine. It's interesting. It's missing a ton of stuff. It doesn't have all of the ARIA stuff. Doesn't have all of the Ali stuff. It's missing a lot of things that we want to do, and it's just such a headache to be able to do. And I don't even like this theme. Like this was just like, this is the least of the evils. Versus if we go to like Radix themes. Like if we go here to Radix UI, like this is just a much nicer and cleaner component system that exists with all of the great stuff that we want and that we need, and it just works. But it's React only, and we could take the effort and the energy to port it, but then as soon as an update happens here, then we have to then counteract. Like it's always like this chasing your tail thing, and you don't get it. Sorry guys, I'm showing you things. But yeah, like, so this is the Radix UI. Like if I wanted to use it, we just use it immediately. And the primitives, the way that it kind of does everything is spectacular. I know that there was a team who ported over the Radix primitives to Vue. I was actually their first sponsor. I sent them all pizza when they started the project. But at the same time, it's support. And it's missing some things, and there will always be upstream things that are not done right, or etc. Or they have a bug that they can't fix because of an upstream bug, etc. It's a bit exhausting and tiring. So, like for us, like as Pierre said in the Twitch chat, you can hear me across islands. You want to keep 2 code bases? No, we're not going to keep two code bases. If we have a look at the repo right now. On /inbox. Cool. If we go into apps, move to React. There we go. So if we come into here, web is the React and web app is the Nuxt. We're not going to keep 2 code bases, but we're slowly going to port over from web into React. And then when the React is ready and done, then we're going to switch off the Nuxt and we're just going to go with the React one. So that's the plan right now. The foundations are in, and we're just taking it easy. Like this isn't like, oh my God, we have to switch right now, tomorrow, like do everything, put all focus, because there's other things we need to focus on as a business. But this is just a thing in the sense of, working for a better future for contributors to the project, but also for the longevity of the project. I don't know how much, or when you came in, Pierre, do you want to have a designer rework some of the UI first? I would love that, but I haven't found a designer. Like we're going to switch over to Radix UI, which is a much cleaner theme and system than what we have with Nuxt UI. For anyone who's curious, Nuxt UI allows customization. This is how much we're customizing. All of this is currently customizing the Nuxt UI library because of either the really hard flavored stylings that it has. This is all the customizations we've done. Because of the stylings or things that it's done, or the way that it handles things, or it's got some really oddities with stuff. It's using Tailwind colors. Tailwind colors should be banned. Anyone who uses them should be put in jail. In fact, we should just like wipe Tailwind colors from the internet. They're ridiculous. Pardon my German. Sorry, I'm really against them. But yeah, like it's a longer term effort, but I think it's what's best for the longevity of the project. Genuinely, Nuxt got us so far. And now that we've got more people involved in the project and it's no longer just me, I got to really think of what's best for the project, what's best for the business, what's best for the contributors and the whole community as a whole. And that's the sad thing. What's wrong with them? I like them. You like them because you use the black and white here. Let's go over to cal.com and count how many colors. Cal.com. Oh my God, I just saw a new color. Wow. You guys are using a new color? What is that? What? Wait. What? I don't even see a color applied here. It's like, there we go. You got a. Okay, so you're not even using a Tailwind color for this. You're using an actual like explicit color hashtag. Okay, so 1, 2, and shades in between. Okay, yeah, black and white. You love the colors. See, that's the thing. Even cal.com don't choose the standard red or the standard amber or whatever it is. Like genuinely, I think this. If we go back to Radix. And we're using Radix colors, like we had to really hack to get them in. That would be a Radix tomato, like probably around this, would be about the same color as what they had. So going to React and being able to use Radix colors like natively, could have just basically put in that color there. Anyway, it was a bit of a rant. I'm sorry. This is the product hunt color. Interesting. Cool. I didn't actually know that. I should maybe put some on my thing. But Kaizen, yeah. In terms of like a lot of the other stuff that we have, so the Nitro servers, the platform, the backend. Actually, this is one of the great things that we did early on. We made a lot of like good engineering decisions, and they mostly came out of like my experience when I was at ClickUp. I was managing the automations and integrations team. I wasn't a developer at the time, but I was managing the engineering side of those for quite a while. And I learned a lot of the scaling issues that they had. So one of the things that we did early on was we split out the back-end platform from the front end, the web app. We're not doing SSR on the web app because we'll support other ways to render it in the future, mobile apps, offline mode, etc. Doesn't make sense. Client-side rendering is fine for this type of app. But yeah, all of these other services will all still remain on Nitro for the time being. So we're still kind of in the Nuxt ecosystem to a degree. Another challenge that we had, as an example, we wanted to have type safety IDs. There's no way that we can do that right now in Nitro Nuxt. Rahul spent, I think, about half a day trying to get it working, and there's no way to do it. But if we go with Next and React, there's libraries out there for type safety, environment variables, and everything just works. So it's a tough decision, but I'm still going to be using Nuxt in all of my personal projects. I feel like Kaizen just left the chat. He's like, I'm out. No more. But it's cool. I'm cool with whatever. UnInbox is being built for the future. It's not being built for now. And for the best of the future, we got to have we got to have something that people can build upon, or the most number of people can build upon. Okay, let's get back down to business. So now we've done this. We're sending the real-time notifications to users that, hey, if you delete a message, the message is going to be deleted. Let's come back into here now, and let's find we did delete convo. That's cool. Okay, so we're going to call delete convo. So we can see here is another spelling mistake. Delete. Show delete modal. So we're going to need to create a modal to delete. I think I've got them right at the bottom. I don't have modals in here. Oh, that's annoying. I think I can get rid of this text here. Yeah, let's get rid of that. Nah, still here. You make a ton of sense. Not an easy thing to decide. Yeah, it was very hard. Like, it means that I'm gonna have to go and learn a whole new language and a whole new system. But it's okay. I'm in a much better place in terms of as a developer. I'm in a much better place to learn React now that I'm understand a lot more seasoned, have a ton more experience, blah blah blah. It's easier from one person, me, to learn React over time, instead of asking 1,000 people to learn Vue. So it's the lesser of the costs. And as things go on, I'll slowly be doing less development anyway. So, yeah, we'll see how things go. All right, let me steal a modal. Give me a modal. I want to steal a modal. Recovery. Give me a modal. Don't we have a modal anywhere? There we go. UnUI modal. Cool. I'm going to steal this, and I'm going to put it right at the top. And this guy needs to be tied to show delete modal. Are you... Ooh. You sure you want to delete this conversation? Let's come... let's wrap these guys in a div. See, this is one of the extensions I was mentioning. If I just put it in now like this, it renames everything. Cool. Class is equal to flex row gap 2. And I want to come in here and do a UnUI icon, name IP trash, size 24. Cool. Don't think we need a lot of this crap. Let's just get rid of that for now. We don't need an input. We do need the footer. We're going to need 2 footers in there. Let's get rid of all of this for now. We're going to have 2 buttons. 3 buttons? 2 buttons. 3 buttons. So we're going to have cancel. And this will be just a standard color. And this variant will be soft. All right. And then we're going to have hide instead. And this here is going to be outline. Outline. And this one is delete. And this one's going to have an icon as well. Or maybe we don't do icons. Let's just have those 3 buttons there. Cool. this will permanently and immediately delete this conversation for all the participants. Are you sure? I want to delete this conversation. And let's do a one down here, and let's make this one text XS. Text base 11. Tip. You can hide the conversation instead, and it will be moved to the hidden conversation space. Whatever, that's fine. We can always work on the text for these. All right, cool. Nice. So now we need something that's going to show the model. And right here, icon should be IPH trash. Cool. You don't need a dynamic color. This will just be red. Size of him soft, and when this button is clicked, this should be true. Cool. All right, so now we have, if we come back to the application, never bet against React. Yeah, I'm really starting to feel a little bit like that. But yeah. Delete conversation. All right, these are out of line. Let's do what we did last time, which is bloop. And we can have it on the side there. And let's move this window over here. Oh, we're so zoomed in. You know what? We can... Let's close all of these guys. We don't need them right now. Okay, there we go. So let's come back up here. It should be flex row with a gap of 4, overflow hidden. Why is the gap not coming in? Let's wrap this with a div. And then let's come in here, wrap this one with a div. Save that. Still no gap. What are the rules for COS if I want to fork this version of UnInbox and keep building but diverging from this next version? Is that even allowed? Yeah. Ah, yeah, we didn't add flex here. Okay. Heh. Height fit. Flex row. Gap for overflow hidden. Now it worked. Yeah, I mean, the rules of COS are like it's a copy left. So technically, yeah, you could fork this. You could build upon it and do whatever you want. The only thing to note is that like some of the modules are not part of the open source license. Things like billing, etc. But you will, like, if you make changes and improvements to the system, you also need to push them open. As part of the copyleft license system. But yeah, you're free to fork it and do whatever you need. We're also building it up in a way that will essentially allow anyone to build their own flavored client on top of our backend. That's for the future. That's for like some future plans. But yeah, you want to fork it and build the next version, that's perfectly fine. Like, no issues against that. All right, so now we have these icons. We said these ones here in the modal are pretty ugly. Here we go. So this should be items center. Cool. I think I also want to make the icon red. Color red not work? No. Gotta wrap it in a span. Oops. Pressing my caps lock key instead. Class is equal to text red 9. Are you not updating? What's going on? Wow, why is this taking so long now? Sheesh. Leading none. There we go. Cool. So this will permanently and immediately delete this this. Why can't I select the text? This has been another one of my little annoyances. The Nuxt UI library has something really weird with the way that it highlights text, and it doesn't highlight text properly. So I now need to explicitly come out in here and highlight is equal to highlight will be bg base 9 and highlight is bg text base 1. Is it not highlight? I forgot what the highlight thing is. Is it not highlight? Come on. Felt that sigh in my core. Hey, I know this is a random question, but considering UnInbox's business and professional focus, do they have a support plan in place, if at all? I know there is live support on the Pro plan, but like, who do you get you? How do you get me? Just email me. Email me, send me a DM. Like, you don't have, like, I will always respond to every user. I will always respond to everyone. And the amount of time it takes to respond is maybe the challenge. Like, so I need to always selection, not highlight. I need to always basically ensure that my time is spent in the most effective way for the business. If you need support, like, I will give you all the support that you need. Yeah, just reach out. When we expand a bit later on, we will have dedicated support people. We're not going to have a typical chat support. Like, we're not going to be using Intercom for chat because we'll be building that into UnInbox instead. Like, it's one of the use cases for, I think this is one of those other periods where we go to a close-up. We're not going to be using something like Intercom because there are use cases in UnInbox for support, and if we're not dogfooding and building our own product to support the majority of use cases that we want, and we're not using it for those use cases, it's kind of misleading, and it's one of those. It ends up being one of those BS products. So we'll have support built into the app, like a dedicated support way to communicate that will communicate over UnInbox with our team. For phone support, we're not going to have phone support, but what we are going to have is basically book a support call where you can book a call with me, and we share screens and we go over stuff and we fix things or we recover things for you. But yeah, I hope that answers your question. And all of our support, like calls and stuff, will be powered by cal.com. which is super exciting. Cool. So we got the highlighting working here. Tip, you can hide the conversation instead. Let's come down to here. These need to be flex row gap 1. Why is this taking so long to restart now? I feel like it's really slow. Let's restart the dev server. Wow, I wrote that in a weird way. Thank you for clarifying that. It seems like you have a lot happening in that way. Definitely a dedicated support seems like a good opportunity when Un is ready for that. Yeah, at the moment, when somebody subscribes to the Pro plan, we have in their account, in their dashboard, I can actually show you in mine. Let's come here. Oops, it's none of these. No, wait, what? Ah, here. So if we come here and we go into my UnInbox and we go quickly into my settings. See, look at how nice and clean this is now, right? Like, look at this. Look at how many conversations I had to hide. This is all since Friday, guys. Like, I'm building UnInbox for me. Like, the list still goes on. Whee! Whee! This is a new, like, nobody emails this. Like, this is all random stuff. Like, oh, wait, you guys can't see it again. I keep doing that, don't I? But yeah, sorry. I was like, this is my inbox now. And then, like, if I come here, 1 second, let me just go to, like, there we go. Oops. Okay, so yeah, like, this is my inbox. Like, this is it here. That's cool. These are all the messages that I've hidden. So look at this. And this is all, like, since Friday. We've got a bug where it reloads the whole thing, but that's fine. Like, look at how many messages there are. Like, I can still scroll. It will stop doing that flash when I reach the end. So I'm building UnInbox because my inbox is absolute chaos. Like, there we go. We finally reached the end of everything. Absolute insanity. Anyway, we wanted to show you settings, billing. Let's zoom in a bit more now so you guys can see. Yeah, so there's actually, like, a problem with this. I thought we fixed this. But when you're when you're a pro user, you can actually book a onboarding call here in app, and that will allow you to basically, like, get an onboarding call or support or something along those lines as well. Okay, let's get back to what we were doing. Let's come back to here. We fixed that. We fixed this. If we click this now, we have hide instead and cancel. I don't like the way that this looks. So I think the cancel, I'm going to make it into a ghost. And this one here, I'm going to make it into a soft. I think it gives a better hierarchy of information. So yeah, delete, hide instead, or cancel. That's cool. Was about to say it's my favorite bug. I noticed that Cal's new features seem quite exciting. Yeah, I don't know, Pierre, are you still here in the chat? Am I helping you work? Am I like your secret ASMR stream, co-working stream thing? But yeah, Cal is coming up with some really cool features. I'm excited to implement a lot of them. Because of the way that we have the app set up, like, again, this is like going back to the conversation that we had before. There's like the React versus Vue world. So cal.com has embeds, and in fact, if we go to uninbox.com/pitch, and we go to this one here, you can see I have a Cal embed on the page here, and people can just book a call and do whatever they need. If you want to, well, this is for something else. We want to have this as well for support and onboarding in UnInbox. But because of the way that this component is created, it doesn't work directly in our thing, so we need to do some other stuff. If you want to learn about what we're actually kind of doing for UnInbox, like what the actual business side of things are, you can come here and check this out. You can learn a little bit more about the mission and what we plan on doing, and maybe it'll be exciting for you. It's basically just like our business positioning for UnInbox. Also with dark mode, thank you Radix UI. I didn't have to choose any of the colors. All of the colors are automatic dark mode. But yeah, let's get back to what we're doing today, which is deleting a conversation. I don't like the gap here. The gap between these two is a bit weird, so we're going to put a margin top of 2. There we go. This is taking too long to update. Why is this taking like 5 seconds? I don't think I've ever experienced like the system taking that long to update. Well, apparently we're using all of my memory, but like the system isn't going crazy slow. What's using the most memory here? The Windows server is using a lot of memory. Code helper, streaming software. We can close down Safari actually. That's quite heavy. What about CPU? CPU load isn't that heavy. So something right now is really slowing down my machine. You can see how much like I'm using like VS Code is like 628 hours. Discord is always open in the background anyway. But yeah, VS Code is like consuming a lot of power. Okay. So if a user clicks the hide instead, that button should just trigger the hide convo. So that's pretty easy to handle. Ooh. Async function. It doesn't need to be an async function or whatever. Async function. Hide instead. And this will basically just do hide convo and then close the show delete model. Cool. I heard a thing and I didn't see anything. Scene. Full cam scene. Yeah, I'm back. I think I'm back. I caught it. Your display capture has oh, really? 1 second, please. Please hold the line while we try to connect you. Yeah, okay, it's working again. Yeah, the streaming system as well is really messed up. The microphone system, I've got so many janky stuff. Like this tech is like 5 years old. I haven't updated my streaming tech in so long. Maybe even 8 years, some of the stuff. And I think it's definitely time for a refresh because a lot of the stuff is kind of dying or just dead. All right, so we're going to do the hide convo. So here we're going to do @click is equal to hide instead. This one here is going to @click. Show, what did I call it again? Show delete model is equal to false. All right, let's save that. Page refresh, click delete. If I click this X, that closes. If I click delete, click cancel, that closes. Click delete, click hide instead. Conversation is hidden. Cool, let's unhide the conversation. Convo unhidden. And now the last one is the delete. So let's come in here and grab the delete convo. This is where everything's gonna go wrong. What we should actually do is wrap all of that into a transaction. I got a ping somewhere. Yeah. Uh-oh. Yeah, not time to answer that right now. Let's just do it like this for now. Like, let's just test it with a system like this. So if I come in here, I'm going to open up. Come on, where's my taskbar? Come on. Okay. Let's come in here. Let's open up Drizzle Studio. Cool. We want to have a look now at convos. I don't know what conversation that one is. Let's filter by that. Public ID is equal to here. So this is ID 28. I need to write this down. Cool. So before we actually delete this conversation, let me upload. I'm going to upload an attachment and send it as a message. Yo. And let's send that. And then I'm also going to upload an attachment as a pre-upload. Done. Okay. So now that that's done, this guy is 28 is the conversation. If we come and we look into, yeah, we can discard those changes. We want convo entries. We're going to filter by convo ID 28. Cool. So there's 3 messages in there. Let's try our delete now. What? What happened? Failed to execute set attribute on element. Delete convo is not a valid attribute name. Let's come back here. Okay. At click is equal to delete convo. Cool. Done. Fixed. At click. Yep. Thank you. I missed that one. Cool. So let's refresh this. Everything's good here. If I click on delete now, wait, I wanted to have a like a pre-upload. So I'll just look through for something called 1500 by 500. Let's delete. This will permanently and immediately delete this conversation for all participants. Are you sure you want to delete this conversation? We tested cancel, we tested hide, now let's test delete. Yeah, okay. New errors. Sheesh. That's my bad, guys. Sorry. I don't have my real-time system switched on. So the real-time failed. Let's clear. The problem is now I think that conversation is gone. Yeah, you are not a participant in this conversation, cannot delete it. I messed up. And that's why we have a staging environment. So if I refresh this page, it should actually throw a big error. Yeah. Cool. Let's come to this one here. Let's go and have a look and see what happened in the database. So let's go back in and check 28. Okay, so the convo entries were deleted. Convo ID. No, the attachment wasn't deleted. So we can see here the pizza.png is still there. And the 1500 by 500 is still there. Okay. So that's not good. So it seemed to fail at the point where it was contacting the storage server. I think it also failed on the real-time notifications. That was my bad. So I think it's failing here. Let's go to storage server. Routes, attachment. Nope, sorry, that's the wrong one. API, attachments, delete attachment. Let's make sure it's actually hitting the handler here. Let's try that again. Let's try and delete this conversation. This one deleted because this one didn't have any attachments. We should have actually closed this modal. To come back up here. And success true. Then we need to show delete modal. And we also need to navigate back to the list of conversations. Cool. So now if we reload this, yeah, conversation not found. Cool. This is interesting. This should actually take me to the 404 page. I don't know why it doesn't take me to the 404. It's perfectly fine. We can create a new conversation. We're going to add an internal... What was that error message? I'm really curious, actually. Let's check out Omar with domain. Now we're into a bit of debugging territory. Let's go to orgs, and Omar with the domain. Org ID is 14. Let's go into contacts. There is a contact in org ID 14. But that contact doesn't show up here. So this is actually an error. Like, why isn't that contact showing up here now? It should show up in here. 14, org ID 14. So there's a contact, Omar, with this email address, with a signature, with everything else. Really curious. All right. Let's add an attachment to this. We're going to add some pizza and send this. Oh, I actually lost my YouTube chat. Where's my YouTube chat? I lost my YouTube when I closed Safari. Sorry, YouTube people. If you were watching on YouTube and you haven't seen me answering, I'm sorry. We have shelf in the house, or shelf on the wall. Welcome, shelf. Pending screener status. Ooh, someone's asking the right questions. Yep, there's a column called pending screener status. But no, that isn't affecting things right now. It's not currently used for anything. I.e., we're not filtering via it yet. So yeah, that's fine. All right, so we've created a new conversation here. Let's get together and feel alright. Let's go to Convo entries. Scroll all the way down to the bottom. It's going to be ID number 50. Is that LK? Yes. No, it's not. It's testing. That's because this one only goes up to 50. Oh, sheesh. How many records do we have? Let me copy the ID. Okay, so this one's Convo ID is 34. All right, and now because this one has attachments, we should reach the same error that we had before. So now if I click delete and then click delete, yep. So we got a 400 bad request. That's fine. If we now come to our thing here, success is false. It failed to parse the input. That's perfectly fine. Let's come back to here now. And to kind of save my ass a little bit, all of these ones here, we're basically just going to comment them out so we don't actually delete anything. Because I don't want to keep recreating dummy things. So we're not actually going to delete the conversations anymore. That's cool. Okay, so that's our first query. We're not deleting anything. Still handling data as we need. Attachments query, blah, blah, blah. Attachments to delete. We're sending that through. We're calling the API here. Getting console error. We're not going to delete the attachments from the thing here. Okay, so we can just do this for now. Let's create another conversation now. Okay. The last part is that I need to hook up on the client side when a real-time event comes in saying convo deleted, that it should navigate the user elsewhere. And that will avoid that situation where the user ends up somewhere simple like that. So let's put in another one here, testing on delete, and some text. Let's get rid of this ugly thing. I didn't add an attachment. That's my bad. Let's add an attachment here. More pizza. Let's actually add another one. Let's do the 1500 by 500 again. Oops. And let's send that. There we go. Cool. So, why isn't the attachments uploading again? Is our real-time broken? I don't think so. All right, so they're here. The attachments are here. Let's find the conversation with testing undelete. Yep. There we go. This time I want to find it via subject. You don't want to work? Okay. There we go. Okay, testing undelete. Convo ID is 35. So now we're on number 35. I should have guessed actually. Next sequential. Okay. So let's come back again. What I want to do is here delete attachments. So it's not getting the right input. Let's make sure. Okay, let's go have a look on the other side. Did we call for the right thing? We did attachments and attachments to delete. Const pre-body is equal to await read body and of the event. Now we want to CL pre-body. 1 second. My brother's been sending me tons of messages. My brother's telling me that we've got code errors in the application. It's open source. Make a PR. Someone was asking how we handle support. When it's family, I just tell them to open a PR. Cool. So we're gonna log out the pre-body. Let's see what's actually coming through in there. We're gonna hit delete, and then let's come over here. So the pre-body is object. That's not helpful. So let's call this pre-body, and we'll call this one here JSON.stringify, and we're gonna stringify the body. Let's do that again. Okay, so we're getting attachments. This is correct. I didn't transform it. Based support, fix it yourself. Yeah, this is my younger brother. He studied computer science for like 5 years. He's been working as a developer, senior developer, head of development, blah, blah, blah. I never got into development. I was more on the system and server side of things. But yeah, it's open source, man. Make a PR. Don't complain to me about it. There's no family and friends discount, but yeah, you can make his own PRs. Okay, so I realize what the issue is. The issue is that I'm meant to be sending in an array of strings that match a pattern, and instead of I'm sending in the objects. So that's a boo-boo on my part. So here, don't come with problems, come with solutions, yeah. Or be willing to accept the proposed solution. But yeah, cool. Let me refresh that one. Cool. So actually, like if I'm doing this, like why? I actually even forgot after here, like let's delete storage. I didn't actually delete the attachments. So here we need to also delete the attachments from the DB. Okay, I think we didn't, we removed that earlier. We had it somewhere else and we removed it when we added this in and we didn't put it back in. So what I need to do here now is that we have an array of this type and we need to transform this into the key that is expected in here by this guy. And the key should be an array of strings that match the thing. So let's so it should be this dot map attachment. Do we want a map? No, we don't want a map. Do we want a map? No. First of all, I hate it when what's-his-face does all this. No, that was the correct one. That one needs to be there. This one needs to have a closing like this and like this, correct? Yes. We want to do return dollar. Oops, that's a percentage. You know what, let's put this on a new line. Let's do dollar, and then we need, before this, we need the org attachment dot org public ID forward slash attachment dot attachment public ID forward slash attachment of file name. I think that should be correct. We can actually confirm it in the internal pre-sign. If we come down and we look at org public ID, there's no forward slash. So just org public ID, attachment public ID, file name. Org public ID, attachment public ID, file name. Cool, so let's try this one now. And just for giggles, I can leave that in there. Yep, we can leave this in here. All right, so let's click delete. Convo deleted. Cool. And what did the server get? It was successful. Failed to delete attachments from storage. Attachments to delete. Yeah. Failed to delete attachments from storage. The attachments to delete were this one and this one. Interesting. Yep, thank you guys. I got there in the end. Sometimes my mind is just a little bit slow on picking stuff up, especially when I've been... How long have we been streaming now? 3 hours, not too long. Maybe it would have been good to have another coffee. Let me check in the actual storage bucket and see what's going on there. I'm just going to take it off screen just because there's other stuff in that storage bucket and I don't want to run the risk of showing something on stream that I shouldn't be showing something on stream, like a username or something. So we're looking at dev attachments. The org public ID is easy S at the end. Easy S, I've got you. The convo attachment ID is JDW. Yeah, I don't have a JDW. Interesting. And I don't have a map. Interesting. Interesting. Oh wow. What happened? Did I get kicked out? Or was it just it's probably it's probably just the cookie expired. It expires every 24 hours in dev. Okay, so this conversation is still here. Let's upload another picture. Let's upload logo 512. And okay, send that. Do I see a new attachment in here? I do. Wow, why is this one so much longer? So now if I delete this conversation, it should come back with 2 that failed because the object's already been deleted. But it also says that the 3rd one failed to delete, this one, object 512. That's the correct attachment ID. And now if I go back to the attachments, easy Yes. Yep, that attachment is gone. So I don't know why it's erroring out. It's saying that it hasn't deleted it, but it actually has. We can... Let's get rid of this input validation for now. I'm going to keep this one here just so I have an easy way to pull across some of the objects. So deleted objects. If there's no deleted objects, then no objects were deleted, and it gives a list of attachments. We're getting a different error. We're getting fail to delete attachments from storage. Here, fail to delete attachments from storage. Attachments to delete, there were 2, and it failed. And that is done if the deleted object's length is not equal to the attachment's length, which is interesting. Like right now, this conversation is burnt because we still have 3 attachments here, but none exist in the system. So let's create a new conversation just for more testing. We're going to do let's add an attachment here. Let's call it uicon.ico. So that's one single file. We're going to send this conversation. Done. Now we're going to delete this conversation. Delete. And now if we come back here, we got the pre-body here. Oh, wait, what? Oh, it's fine. I'm going crazy. That's from platform though. Exactly what I just spotted now. Very, very sharp, Kaizen. After it gets a response from storage endpoint. Yep, you are correct. You are absolutely right. That is the response from platform. I just noticed it now. I was like, why is it a different color? So yeah, actually storage is handling things fine. Actually, no, storage shouldn't be handling things fine, because now if I come back into this conversation here and delete again and click delete, these don't exist in the storage server. So now the storage server should throw an error. And the storage server didn't throw an error. That's interesting. It did throw an error. It threw an error which returned back to platform. If we come back to the platform, yeah, so no. Who? Send no content. If not, yeah, this is the one that we kind of said. If there's no response, we're sending a no content. We shouldn't be sending a no content. We should send a I can never remember what it's called in S3 in H3. We'll just do send event. Okay. Let's try this now. Okay. But again, this guy here isn't correctly processing. The deleted over here, CL deleted objects. And then if we get this now and we yeah, that should be failing. Oh. All right. Okay. So S3 will always respond back with the things that you've asked it to delete. So if I was to ask it to delete a random file name, it would say that that's part of the deleted objects, even if that object didn't exist. That's super interesting. I would have thought that it would have responded back with the items that it's actually deleted rather than like the input items that I gave it. Which is stupid. Pardon my French. Because that means then that I can never check whether everything, like, I can't check. I don't know whether it did succeed or fail. Like, this is just literally giving me the input. Those files do not exist. I've verified that. I've gone through. I've checked the path. They don't exist on the S3 server. Yeah, but it doesn't throw. Like, but they had it in their example, like a whole try catch, hoo-ha, whatever. Use delete objects. We go to JavaScript. Here we go. Yeah, this is. I mean, maybe it will catch. Maybe this does throw an error if, for example, it can't reach S3. But it's not going to throw. It's not going to give me any feedback on which items it's deleted or which items it hasn't deleted. And I think that's pretty poo. It works like against everything that I think it should work in a way. There's also an errors array in the response. Is there? Okay, we can get that. Errors, and we'll call this one deleted. Thank you for that. Deleted errors. So let's get rid of this. Let's do here if deleted errors, and what is this? Is this an array? Yeah, length. Is greater than 0. We're going to throw a new error. I mean, is it going to throw? Is that why they're not? Yeah, they're not extracting it away. You know what? It's fine. I'm cool with it. Just forget about it. It's fine. I mean, if it's not going to throw when it doesn't find the objects, then whatever. It's good enough for now. There we go. Cool. Done. All right, so now let's go back to the main function here. And let's await db.delete.convo attachments where yeah, we can just take this one here. Done. Kaizen agreeing. Yeah, I don't want to keep working around. Like for now, if we end up with just a ton of, like as I said, like orphaned attachments and stuff, then that's fine. So long as it's actually going to attempt to go and delete, I'm cool with that. If it fails to delete one, then I'm sure it'll throw an error, and then we'll get that error in the console. Okay, so now let's do this. Okay, so we're handling deleting the attachments here now. Cool. So let's get rid of this comment. Let's get rid of this one. Let's get rid of this one. In fact, this whole block up here can now be uncommented. Likewise up here. And here. Cool. So now we're going through, we're going to delete the subject, going to delete the participants, we're going to delete this, delete that, delete this, everything there. S3 client also has some basic retry built in. If it errors, you're basically done all you could to delete it. Okay, that's good to know. That's super handy to know, actually. Cool. All right, I'm going to take another few minutes break, and then I'll come back for a last segment. But I'm starting to feel stiff now, and yeah, I need to move a bit more. I will be back in a few minutes. Be right back. All right, welcome back. I forgot what we were doing. Where did we get up to? So we're here. Let's delete this conversation now. That's right, we're not handling the real time. So real-time.emit convo deleted. And in order to handle real-time, so with this guy now we can remove the console log. We can remove pre-body. And we can remove these two now. Cool. Let's save that. We can close that file. We can also close this one here. And now we want to come into the web layouts home. And in here is where we're handling all the real-time stuff. So we need to take a copy of this one. And convo deleted, but what I'm actually going to do now is move this guy underneath here. So all the convo ones are together and all of the convo entry new are together. Ooh. All right, we need to rename that. So let's come back down to our real-time package and events. Oh, interesting. So it should be public ID. That's because I took from the other one. That's fine. Cool. So let's go to the Convo store. This is the Convo entry store. What we want to do with the Convo entry store right now, we should be in the... come on. Okay, this is taking me in a circular motion. Stores, Convo entry store. What we want to do is... it's an add single Convo entry. We want to remove from here. So... async function, remove convo, and this will take in a convo public ID. I'm going to go into convo entries value. It's going to find the index of the conversation that includes this public ID. And if the index is greater than -1, i.e. it's actually in the list, it's going to splice the list there. Perfect. So let's add this guy now to the end here. Cool. We also need to do the same thing in Convo hidden store. So we might as well just take this. No, that's going to be different. So let's just do it from scratch again. Down here, async function. It doesn't even need to be async. Why am I doing async? Function remove. Did I call it remove convo or delete convo? Remove convo. Remove convo. This is going to take a convo public ID. Same thing. We want to find in org member hidden, and we're going to do that. We're going to splice and remove. Let's take this, and now let's go into convo store. And the same thing here. We're going to do this, except for hidden is not the correct name. Cool. So that's just going to remove them from the local data store. We're using Pina for the local data store. We need to export remove convo. Same thing in the hidden store. We need to export remove convo. Cool. And now in here, convo deleted, we need to remove convo, and this needs the convo public ID, and this needs to have the public ID like that. Cool. What did I call it? Ugh. Yeah, disgusting. I always do that. I'm trying to get into a convention of always passing in a named key value kind of thing, if you know what I mean, with the correct types attached. So yeah, I just need to come in here, do the same thing here, paste that, and Convo entry store, we'll do the same thing here. It just makes the code a lot more readable to people who come from somewhere else. Then they can see what parameters are getting passed in. So that's the Convo entry store. Now we need the Convo store. So we need to remove Convo. We need to put in Convo thing, and we need to put in Convo.public ID. Cool. And finally, await the hidden Convo store. Correct. And as I said, these don't need to be async. So let's just remove the async from them. That's not async. This one's not async. Cool. Now then, what we need to do is we're already navigating on the front end. Do we have route in here? We do have route. So what we will do is if Convo ID and Convo ID is equal to the Convo entry public ID, then we'll navigate back to short. So if anyone is actually on the conversation, when it gets deleted, then it'll navigate them away. But first we want to do toast.add. Did we add in toast here? It seems like we did add in toast. Nice. Oh no, we didn't add in toast. That's a bit annoying. So let's do toast.add. I think we can copy the message from here. Let's copy this over here. This conversation has been deleted. This is red. And we're going to give it like a 10-second timeout. Cool. And then that should navigate the user to wherever else. Cool. I think we're kind of done with this feature. Like, we just need to test this out now. And of course, we have some console error. And what are you complaining about, sir? Use toast is not defined. That's because we need to update the imports. Cool. All right, so we still have one conversation here. This has a thing. If I delete this conversation, conversation deleted. Cool. I didn't get the real-time thing. The real-time thing did work because it removed the conversation from the sidebar here. We're not doing that manually. So if we create another not Omar, we're going to call this one here a test convo. We're going to give it a message of blah, blah, blah. We're going to add some attachments like this one here, logo.png. I'm going to send this message. I should actually have a loading state there. Cool. Now, if I delete this conversation and it deletes from the sidebar, it means that real time has been triggered. This one also needs, yep, so it's been deleted. It needs a real time there. What we actually need to do now is in the Convo ID. I'm not entirely happy about that. So let's do const delete loading. Ref false, and over here then we're gonna start it off with a delete loading value is true, and if it comes down here, delete loading value is false. The same thing down here. We don't need it because the model is closing, but we might as well set it. And then on that delete button, we'll put in a loading. And we'll put that as delete loading. Hide instead, we did hide instead. That's fine, that will be instant. That will show a user everything. Let's test out now if there's 2 people in the organization. I don't have 2 people in here. Ay, caramba. Time to copy the invite link. New window, localhost 3000. Let's bring it like this. We're going to call this one here. Let's create a new user. Let's put this down. There we go. I think you guys can still see that. So you're invited to join Omar with domain. Great. What a cool name. My username is going to be not Omar. I agree to the terms and conditions. I'm just going to go with the passkey because it's the easiest thing. I'm going to add it to the Chrome profile because it's the fastest way. Look at how fast that is. Someone actually made a recommendation that on this page here we should be skipping this, like if they have an invite code. I think, yeah. Let's add a, no, that's not a good picture. Let's add a, this one. There we go. Done. Not Omar McPizza. Save the profile. Yeah, so that's the typo that someone just mentioned to me. Take me to my account. Cool. So now we have 2 users in the organization. I'm going to make this a bit bigger just because that's like massive. So now if I'm going to send to McRemote with domain, I'll be like, yo, pizza boy. Ya wagwan, man. Ya feeling irie. We're going to send this. And actually should have had this open because the... Well. All right, let's come back in. Let's test our real time. Yep. Reply. Cool. So now we have the conversation going between the 2. If I delete this one, this guy down here should now get a big notification saying this conversation has been deleted and they should be redirected back to the main convos. That didn't work. It was removed from their sidebar. CL convo ID and CPID. I'm gonna put that in there. All right, so let's do that again. Yeah, now I got conversation not found. This shouldn't be happening. Like if we get an error message that says conversation not found, like we should be redirecting. Let me try and fix that. Plugins, TRPC client. So wait, por favor. So it's conversation not found, and conversation not found. So not found and conversation not found. So then this should navigate to the org slug. Do we have the org slug here? Please tell me we have the org slug. Shit, we don't. params dot shortcode. So let's call this one here org shortcode. Dot. Cool. So then this one here, we need to redirect to $this org shortcode / conversations. Cool. Actually, no, this should not go to conversations. This needs to go to Convo 404. Cool, there we go. Nice. So let's go back now. Meh, it's fine. Let's create a new conversation now. So we're gonna create one with Mac Remote, and we're gonna be like, yeah man, woo, with an attachment, whatever, this one here is fine. I'm gonna send that. Immediately comes up here. Okay, so did we put in the additional check into the thing here? Yeah, we're logging out the Convo ID and the Convo PID. So let's inspect this one here. Let's come out here. Go to console. This guy can now delete this conversation. Convo ID is undefined. Okay, so that's why we didn't pick it up last time. So the Convo ID here we're picking up from it's not detecting it. That's annoying. That is super annoying. I don't know why it's not picking up the Convo ID. Because we're using the Convo ID somewhere else, aren't we? I think that's why we have it here. Here on the entry new, if the Convo ID and Convo ID is equal to Convo entry public ID, refresh Nux data Convo details. So I guess that's also not working, which is a bit of a challenge. Ooh. Hey Omar. JR coming in and saying, hey Omar, last time you did a stream you didn't fix 2, I think, little bugs because of the lack of a domain. Will you also look at this after you slate this new fire feature? If you can remind me what the bugs are, potentially, yeah. There is a big one that I'm currently battling with, which is like, it drains me if I look at it for more than an hour. But yeah. And I've just been tagged somewhere else. Who's tagging me? Who's tagging me? You need to post on... okay. So this isn't correctly detecting if the user is on a page. I thought that would have worked. This is interesting. Like, to me, this should work. Like, this is a layout, and so getting access to use route information, like, this should work. If I do CL route params, and this is going to be to use route / params. Okay, so yeah, this is good. It took me then to... It redirected me as it should have done. Nice. So this should have logged out the params. So here's the route params, org shortcode, and Convo ID. So it does have it. But then why then when I come to delete, does it not have it? That is the big question. So let me make a new conversation. Not Omar. Let's come down here. You. Was ist los? Okay, we're in this conversation now. Here's the console for that. If we delete up here. Yeah, it doesn't come through as convo defined. Let me try this. Let me try this. I think I have a plan. If we come back down here, and sorry, the stream is kind of turned into an ASMR stream. Let's take this guy here. Let's put this guy in here for now. Could it be that we need to once again do this? Send. Okay. Do you have your console open? Yes, console is open. There we go. Let's clear the console. Let's delete the conversation. So, yeah, cool. Let's do this then. Const current path. Current path convo ID is equal to that. I think we need to always call use route once again. So let's go like that. Like that, and like that. Do we have that anywhere else? Yeah, let's get rid of this guy up here. Cool. So that's fine. If that's true, then we also need to do the same one down here. Okay. Let's try this now. Ignore for now. Let's come back here. There's no conversations. Create a new conversation with Omar McThing. La la la. Lulu. Send a message. Comes up here. This guy then deletes it. Oh, nice. Yes, it worked, except for I redirected to the wrong place. I always call it conversations convos. Nice. We could actually redirect to a page that says deleted. Because it didn't show the toast message here. So close. Yeah, it's so close. It's so close. So now we know that these work. So I can actually remove these console logs. We can actually remove that line there as well. Do we want to create a page called deleted or not? Like if somebody has it open and then they go away from their computer and they come back expecting that conversation to be there. If they find themselves in the conversation list, it's just going to be a bit weird. So maybe we do need a dedicated page which says this conversation has been deleted. And we only redirect there in the cases where like a conversation has been deleted, essentially. Which, as far as I know, is just here. Let's fix this error message. You don't have access to it, or it has been deleted. And in fact, what we also want here is we want a button. No. Yeah, it's fine. We'll get rid of the button. No, let's do a button. Let's do a div. And this one here, we only want to show on, if we go to large, then we'll go to hidden. Cool. Flex row, gap 2, yeah, we don't even need that. But what we do want is items center and justify center. Cool, and this will navigate to we need the org shortcode stuff. Zoop. Attachments. Covers hidden org shortcode. There we go. Oops. Use route. Navigate to. Cool. Element is missing an end tag. Who's missing an end tag? There we go. All right. Cool. So this will only show up on mobile. Well, first of all, why is the text not centered? What is align middle? Item center, justify center. Text center. So here should also be text center. I think we need to set this one to visible. Label. Okay. Let's get rid of this LG hidden for now. Why is my button not showing up? Flex row, item center, justify center. Am I missing something obvious? Color primary doesn't exist. Alright, let's wrap this in a div, otherwise it's going to get ugly. Done. Oh, that's ugly. P-8. Cool. Text. Is it on this one? text balance. Nice. I don't like the gap 2. Let's just increase it a bit more, give it a bit more breathing room. Cool, that's nice. And then again, this one, class is equal to visible LG hidden. Okay, I'm saying at AR at lar back to conversations. I missed that. I don't get it. Okay. So now if I increase this, that button disappears because by that time they have the sidebar here. Cool. Never mind. Okay. Cool. So let's try that all again. Let's go back. I should really add a redirect on that compose. The amount of times I've kind of clicked it and gone to the wrong place. Let's create a new conversation. New conversation with Mac Remote with domain. Topic testing. Come in here. Put in some send a message. Okay, message has arrived. This dude now is like, I don't want to watch this. I'm going to delete this conversation. Probably for you and for all the participants. Are you sure you want to delete it? I want to delete it. Whoa, 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 whoa. What the hell just happened somewhere? Whew. Sheesh. This guy got redirected here again. Oh, Russian. All right, let's go back and test it again. But this guy actually had multiple errors. So the problem is that the real-time message, I think, came in while the user was technically still on that page and hadn't left that page. And so the toast messages and everything just kind of crashed. So let's go back. This guy should go back home. Cool. Ignore for now. Let's try this again. I feel like we're in the home stretch here. Send. This guy here is like, yo, I don't want this. I want to watch what he does. This conversation has been deleted. Conversation deleted. Cool. Oh, that's actually cool. They both got the message. This conversation has been deleted. They both redirected back to here. Yo, I think it works. Now, what happens if they're both on the conversation? So now this guy's on the conversation. This guy just got a new message. He's going to come into the conversation. Now this guy's going to delete the message. And they should both be redirected back. Yes! This conversation has been deleted. Conversation deleted. No. So I thought what I wanted to do was if the user is on the conversation and the conversation is deleted while the user is on the conversation, then we move the user to the error page, to the 404 page instead of the thing page. So what we need to do /404, and we're going to put in an error is equal to, deleted convo. Cool. Let's now come into the 404 page here, and let's const. I'm just going to copy it. I'm being lazy right now. Org shortcode index. I'm going to do this. Oops. Copy. We're going to come in here. We're going to put that in. And this is going to be convo deleted error. We're going to come up here like this. And we called this one URL params error is equal to convo deleted. Cool. And what we can actually do now is we can customize the 404 page to show a proper message. And what maybe where we want to do it is wrap in a div. And we're going to give these guys here a class of flex call gap 4, and this one will be a vif is not has convo deleted error. However, if the user does have a convo deleted error, duplicate this for now. This conversation has been deleted. Maybe we want to show some nice banner. Yeah. Where's my window? I put it somewhere else because I didn't want to leak some information. So I think we want to go with the Next UI alert. And we can just put it in red. I think that's good enough. So we can get rid of this. And we can come here and I think on UI alert. This conversation has been deleted. Why is there a timeout? 404 error equals convo deleted. Cool. All right, so this one here needs to be, everything needs to be width full. Do you have width full? You have width full. Cool. So you should also be a width full. Nice. This conversation has been deleted. Cool. I think that's more informative and better for users. Why do we have to do width full on this? I don't like that. Like width fit should have worked. This is again some of the quirks that I just can't be bothered to deal with. No. What is it? Probably like 80 should be fine. W80. There we go. Yeah, it's a bit high. 76? No, 72. No. No, that's not even one. 78. 74. What are the 70s that are predefined? Just 72. That's annoying. Alright, I guess we're going for 80. It's fine. It's good enough for now. Okay, cool. Done. So this conversation has been deleted. Back to conversations. So now we want to redirect users when we come here. We're going to redirect them to this error convo deleted. Cool. Let's now come back in and test this. You can create a new conversation with macremote domain. We're going to put in some random gibberish here. Click send. The conversation should appear up here. We come in here. Now, if both of these delete the conversation, let's see where they go. Oh wow, what's this one? What the hell's going on with this guy? 404. It's text center. Items, center, justify, center. What did I do? Deleted convo and convo deleted. Typical Omar mistake. Cool. Alright, ignore for now. Back to conversations. New. I don't know how many conversations we've made testing this. Send. Come back to this guy. Open up the conversation. Delete here. Delete. Gets a lot of pop-ups. Again, didn't deleted convo. Didn't I just redo this? Should have gone to convo deleted, not deleted convo. Layout stuff sometimes I think requires a full restart. JR saying, haha, one is the unverified feature while the domain is verified. You will need to look up the other one. Yeah, the domain verified one is one of those ones. Yeah, it's a mixture of visual and data. That's the problem with it. I'll check it out. Okay. Send. One of the hardest things you ever have to do as a founder is find the balance between everything. So now if I delete this. Nice. Okay. That's cool. Perfect. Brilliant. Done. All right. I think I'm ready to call this feature done. Actually took a lot longer than I expected. It's almost 4 hours. I was thinking I'll knock this out in 1 hour. But yeah, I guess not. Cool. 10 files changed. Let's exit this server here. And let's do pnpm run check. That's going to do all of the formatting and linting to clean up anything on the repo. Ew, that's a lot of rubbish. Let's fix all of these. We keep leaving them until another PR, and I think now is a good time. So user invites, we can get rid of that. Okay. Let's come back to the errors. Let's move the errors over there right now. Passkeys TS. Let's open up this one. We can comment that one out for now. Gotta run. Great stream. Good luck with the final stretch. Thank you very much. Now it's just some clearing up and opening up a PR. We also need convo ID is defined but never used. Convo ID. Let's get rid of convo ID from here since we're putting it into each and every single one of the other ones. Cool. Why are you coming in now? line 741. Wee 741. I removed this, didn't I? Convo ID. There we go. This is what I need. So that needs there. And 976. 976 here. Nice. Okay, so we fixed that issue. Pages or show code has changed. Can save that. Command orgs and augmented. That's fine. We should actually be skipping that from here. Okay, done. Clean. Do we have any in-app errors? All right, let's run the checks again. Oh. 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 So JR, I don't know if you're still here. I can't check like the domain thing at the moment because if I was to come here, and let's just, yeah, I would have to log in. Basically, because of that issue that we had the other day with the European like Hetzner server, we're like I can't even verify the domains. So if I come into here and go to settings. It's not running right now because we're doing the checks. Cannot find name has changed. Didn't you just say you don't need has changed? That was so weird. Like it's set up here. Has changed is assigned a value but never used. Maybe. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I can remove that. Yeah, the challenge that we have is that our staging system is actually broken. Sending and receiving doesn't actually work properly after that issue with the Hetzner server. I'm trying to think how else I could work around, try and fix that domain issue. I think it's hard to tell. Let me finish this guy here off, and then I can think about it. So let's add all of these features, and this is going to be feature all. Let's start calling them delete convo. I'm going to create a new branch, and then I need to come in here and go GT submit. Cool. And then now I need to come back into here and go to here. Gonna add Rahul, gonna publish, gonna merge when ready, gonna edit the description. This adds the capability to delete a conversation. Here. I actually forgot to check how it looks on mobile. It's just taking so long to start these days. 18 seconds. Sheesh. Back to conversations. Okay, so there is a button at the top there. I think that's fine for now. I'm sure there may be a bug if someone has a super long thing. We did put something in case the text is super long, but I think it should be fine. Right. I'm gonna put a thing up there. Well, and here. The button is located in the Convo Actions bar. When first clicked, it will prompt the user if they actually want to delete the convo, since it will delete for all the participants. We give the option to hide this option to hide it instead. Save edits. Done. And cool. So that feature is now ready for a review. I think that's good enough. I've been streaming for just over 4 hours now. JR, I'm gonna take a bit of a break before I try and fix that issue. I didn't expect to be creating a feature for 4 hours, but I don't know whether you saw, but like we had a lot of requests from people for deleting conversations. The hiding conversations was a great stopgap. But you know, if I come into here. Let's zoom out of here as well. Like I'm going to make mine quite small, just so that it's not really legible on stream. This is my account. When I added it in hide, these are all the conversations that I actually went through and hid. 3/4 of these could have been deleted. So you can actually see that, like, yeah, like there is a need for deleting conversations as well as hiding, and I think that's kind of like the thing on this. I was saying earlier, like one of the hardest things to do is to balance fixing major issues, fixing non-trivial issues, and fixing trivial issues, but also coming out with features that are meaningful, coming out with things that could directly cause an issue or like a pain point for somebody. And likewise as well, like ensuring that you're still keeping momentum moving, while also like not backing yourself into a corner. So yeah, like there's a lot of, I'm a bit rusty on some of that stuff, so it's taking a bit of time to kind of get back into the swing of things, but we're making progress, and I think we'll be done soon. But yeah, I'll get to that. I think like sending for you still works, and I think that's more of just a visual thing. But I'll dive into the bugs and build a priority list soon. But I think that's it for the rest of the stream, everyone. Thank you very much for joining. I am now nice and thoroughly exhausted. If you enjoyed the stream, be sure to check out the links to UnInbox and have fun. But yeah, I think that's a good place to end it.